We have traveled land and sea, but as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name.
been trying to do it right. I've been living a lonely life. I've been sleeping here instead. I've been sleeping in my bed. Sleeping in my bed. So show me family, all the blood that I will bleed. I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong. I can write a song. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart. I don't think you're right for him. Think of what it might have been. Took a bus to Chinatown. I'd be standing on Canal and Bowery. She'd be standing next to me. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart. Love, we need it now. Let's hold, oh, son. So, we're bleeding now. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweetheart.
I will always remember the day you kissed my lips, light as a feather. And it went just like this. No, it's never been better than the summer of 2002. We were only 11, but acting like grown-ups, like we are in the present. Drinking from plastic cups, singing love is forever and never. Well, I guess that was true. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing off the top of both our lungs. Now we're under the covers. Fast forward to 18, we are more than lovers. Yeah, we are all we need when we're holding each other. I'm taken back to 2002. Yeah, dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. And it went like this, say, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture for you and me on the days when we were young, singing off the top of both our lungs on the day we fell in love. On the day we fell in love. Dancing on the hood in the middle of the woods of an old Mustang, where we sang songs with all our childhood friends. Oh, now, oops, I got 99 problems singing bye, bye, bye. Hold up, if you wanna go and take a ride with me, better hit me, baby, one more time. Paint a picture
Signore e signori, un bentornati a tutti. Arena Equinox qui a Gorla Minore. Il campionato d'Europa 2023 sta per riprendere tutta la sua grande programmazione internazionale, perché mancano all'incirca 8 minuti prima di iniziare ufficialmente quella che sarà la prima prova riservata al campionato d'Europa Juniores. Quest'oggi, questa mattina, ad aprire ufficialmente l'edizione 2023 dedicata agli juniores, saranno 89 tra amazzoni e cavalieri e giovani amazzoni e giovani cavaliere a dare vita alla tabella C. 4 secondi il coefficiente di penalizzazione previsto naturalmente per quanto riguarda il format di gara che si prevede appunto nella regolamentazione del campionato d'Europa giovanile 2023. Noi siamo all'imminente inizio di una gara importante che darà vita naturalmente alla prima parte riservata agli junior.
Welcome back in Gorla Minore. We are in the second day of the championship and the first competition for juniors. 98 starters. The format of this first competition is speed and endiness. So 4 seconds will be added for any fence down. We're about to start with the first in that will be for Spain, Elena Appendino.
Campionato d'Europa 2023 riservato agli juniores. Inizia con i colori della Spagna. Sarà Elena Appendino in sella Gruppo Prom Hacienda.
So let's start the first competition for juniors. Grupo Prom Hacienda. Elena Appendino representing Spain.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome along to the FEI Jumping European Championships here in Gorla Minore. We are live with you in Italy, and despite a little bit of water getting into the system every which way round this morning, to delay things, we are live with you now and all off and running for the rest of the day. And it all starts here. As you can see, we're already underway with the very first out on course. It is Spain's Elena Rapidino and Grupo Prom Hacienda. It is the start of the juniors, as there we have this table C, 4 seconds out of competition, and there we have it, the first just coming around and into this final line. Down they come towards the plank, jumping over that as the final fence. And this seconds added competition.
Sono 3 gli errori, 12 secondi in più portano a 81 secondi e 76 il primo percorso di questa prova
for teams
per
and individuals
Elena
over the course
Appendino.
of this week. So it's going to be fascinating to
in,
see
81,
how the battle
76.
unfolds. We've got
Grupo Prom
100 or so
Hacienda.
to get through this morning. It's great
Per la
to see
Francia
so much
sarà la
talent with
volta
us
di Agathe
for these
Martin
championships.
in sella
And
a
yesterday we
Cascelle.
saw the young riders and the children
There is a
getting
second
underway. In
to
fact,
go
we'll see the
for-
first round of the
for
children's
France's
team as
Michelle,
well this
Agathe
afternoon.
Martin.
So there's a huge amount to enjoy here on the second of these 6 days of competition. And now we move on because it's France, Agathe Martin, and this is a Chassiel, who will be the second out here today.
There's no way to say this song's about someone else. Every time you're not in my arms, I start to lose myself. Someone please pass me my shades. Don't let 'em see me down.
Now just looping up to this top section. Using them again behind the tree, just a little bit difficult to see a few of the fences here this morning. Well, lovely round and really nice, very happy lady, big smiles as you would expect after a brilliant jumping round like that.
74.53,
the
very
time
good
as
round
well
by
there
Agathe
for
Martin and
Agathe Martin
Michelle.
as we
She's the
continue
early
on
leader for this class
from
with
France in a moment back
74.53.
to
Spagna
the
ancora in
second
campo
riders already
per
this morning
Michael
for
Canals
Spain, the
Ripoll
way the
in
draw's
sella
fallen.
Simba de
So
Olid.
we continue.
Representing
Now
Spain,
it's going to be Miguel Canal Ripoll riding
Simba de
Simba de Olid,
Spain.
jumping in the juniors recently in the Netherlands. Started the year off down in Lievenova, of course. That was where last year's junior Europeans, the young rider and children, the Youth European Championships taking place. That leading time from the off, 74.53, has certainly set what looks to be a very quick standard. Certainly getting the clear makes such a difference. You sometimes can get a very fast round with 4 that still holds on, but it's very hard to come out on top. Of course, the winner today will have the benefit of the 0 score going forward. I think that fence went behind the tree as well. See that pole just going down. Well, they finish with 4 seconds to add in.
La prova da parte del secondo cavaliere spagnolo di questa
gara,
sale
to go for Spain.
Final time 83.86 for Simba de Olid. And now representing Poland with Jericho, Patryk Szyzinski.
Well, this on course now is Poland. Patryk Strzewicki riding here with Jericho. Another rider we saw in the Nations Cup in Hagen on that Youth European series, the FEI series. Very successful team competitions. They finished 5th in the Nations Cup, the Polish riders there in Hagen. Taking it a little bit steadier, concentrating on the fences. Well, they leave them up, so
il più veloce di questa gara, Jericho, chiude senza errori, ma il tempo effettivo in questo momento è di 74 secondi e 46.
74.46 is the new best time as well, so well done there to Patryk Strzewicki there and to Jericho. Well, next to go, it's France again, and ready for France. Charles Rouquin, Tam Tam du Vallon is the ride, and a combination that jumped in the youth series classes in Centaur back in the springtime, more recently down in Fontainebleau. Well, France have certainly started strongly here. Charles Rouquin, Tintin du Vallon.
Migliora immediatamente il risultato di Jericho.
Nice
Tintin du Vallon, 73 secondi e 10, l'ottima
So 2
prova
for France gone
del
already.
cavaliere francese.
Well, another very good round with Tam Tam de Vallon. He's taking over. Charles Rulkan is the new leader with 73.10.
73.10 is the time. So France now topping the leaderboard first and second with a new leading time of 73.10.
Burak Alparslan, G10.
Well, this is the turn of Turkey now, and this is Barkar Alparslan riding Gintin. Most of the Turkish riders then we get to see here on this second day of competition. Looping round. Went very well at the Balkan Championships, of course, won the individual gold Barak last year in the event in Romania in the junior category. He's got multiple medals at Balkan Championships, including a children's individual gold in Istanbul back in 2019. Alongside Dad has ridden in the Youth Europeans since 2018.
Errore anche nel finale, sono 16 secondi in più per arrivare a 89 secondi e 44
was
da
Turkey,
parte del cavaliere turco.
and that was Barak
The final time
Alparslan.
89.44 for G10.
E adesso i colori della Svizzera per affrontare la tabella C di oggi.
Struggling a little bit getting the live scoring coming through, and as you can see, no graphics, so just having to have a little bit of a listen in to what the arena commentators are giving us in terms of information as well. What I can tell you though is Charles Rouquin is leading 73.10. We at the moment Poland in second and France in third. It's France 1 and 3, but it's very early stages as the next to go. It is a combination now for Switzerland. Luperc riding here with Leave the Light On. Rode in Villamora, finished 5th individually that year in the Children's European Championship in Portugal a couple of years ago. Now stepping up into juniors for the first time. Little pad as they finish, landing over the last. They look to leave them all up as well, so well done to Luke. Luperc there riding for Switzerland.
Ed è così che ferma il cronometro con il tempo migliore, 71 secondi e 52 la prova da parte di Luperc.
What an amazing start by Luperc in 71.52.
New leading time as well, 71.52. So leaving the light on, or leave the light on, looking very, very strong indeed. So it is already getting much, much quicker out there, and I have a feeling we're going to be dropping into 60-second times at some point in this class. City Anderson now, Norway, in fact 2 in a row for Norway. This is Quapo de TZ.
Now 2 for Norway.
So City Anderson, the first of those, riding in the juniors last year as part of the Norwegian team, and rode in 2019 in the Netherlands in the children category here at these Youth Europeans. Coming down towards the final fence. And
79 secondi e
looks to be another
05 la
nice round
quinta
of jumping.
posizione in questo momento, anche se ricordo siamo solo all'inizio della prima prova
Think
riservata
they're clear, though.
al campionato d'Europa Juniores,
Not always
ma
easy to
questo
see
in questo
all the
momento
fences
vale
out there,
per
so-
Siri Andersen.
Teddy Anderson top over
79.05, fifth place.
goes into
Siri
fifth
Andersen.
place with that round.
La
So that
Norvegia
was Siri
ancora in
Andersen
campo, ma
and
ne
Kopper
sarà
de
adesso
TT.
Mathea Holmberg e
And next to go
Christiansen
will be another for
in
Norway.
sella AKD
And this is
Eclipse.
Martha Omberg Christiansen riding AKD Eclipse. Rode at the European Championships in the Netherlands in 2019 in the children's category. Swiss leading at the moment. Lupak from Charles Roquin for France. Poland's Patryk Storowinski sitting in third. Well, the first part of that double and the second part of that double going down, so faults getting added on, or I should say seconds getting added on, and more as well at the final fence. So at least 12 seconds getting added on to the round there for Norway's Martha Holmberg Christensen and
109
AKD
secondi e
Eclipse.
27 nel
That's the
totale,
second
prova
of
in
two we've just seen
chiusura
there
da parte
for Norway.
della concorrente norvegese in questa prima prova di oggi.
The final time for Eclipse is 109.27.
109.27
Decimo
is
percorso
the final
per quanto
time
riguarda la
for
prima prova del
Martha
campionato d'Europa
Holmberg
Juniores
Christensen.
2023.
So next to go,
l'Ungheria
we
di
will
Dalma
move on
Mercedes
to
Ferenc in sella
Hungary's
Corrada.
Dalma Mercedes Ferzenek,
Here is now for
and
Hungary,
this is a rider that rode at the
Dalma
2022
Ferenc.
European Championships in
Corrada.
Spain last year in Oliva Nova. Difficult moment there. looping back round, having had that problem. Just regaining their balance and composure before they come again. Oh dear, I hope they're okay.
Cover me in sunshine, shower me with good times. Tell me that the world's been spinning since the beginning, and everything will be alright. Cover me in sunshine.
Well, I'm glad that they're fine. That obviously could have got nasty when her foot got caught in the bridle, but most importantly, she is able to get back up on her feet and walk away. But you can understand the utter heartbreak and disappointment. There's so much energy, so much effort, so much time and dedication put in by these young jockeys to get to this level and to get to these championships. And all they want to do is do their very best. But as we know in sport, on some occasions it can go to plan, and some days things just don't quite work out. And
Proseguiamo il
part of
tutto
that
e
learning
adesso
process,
sarà
building
la
process.
Svezia con
And
Ebba
sadly, there today, it
Danielsson
doesn't go to plan
in sella
for them.
quest'anno.
So that was down on Mercedes Frederick there, and that was Corrada.
And now representing
Sweden are going to go next.
with Equistam Ebba Danielsson.
Ebba Danielsson and Sweden now with Equistame. Jumped in the Junior European Championships for the last 2 seasons in Villamora and in Oliva. Prior to that, also jumped in ponies at Europeans in 2019 and in the Children's Europeans in 2018. They've been a strong part of the team setup coming through these youth ranks for Sweden. Nice confident round of jumping here down that long side. Coming down towards the plank, which they jump, and they jump it nicely.
76 secondi e 55 ne ottiene il quinto
So
miglior
that,
risultato.
of course,
Ebba
was Ebba
Danielsson
Danielsson and Equistame.
senza errori, e il tempo effettivo da parte di
That was the
Equistame.
first we get to see today for Sweden.
Time 76.55.
76.55 goes into the top
Ebba
5
Danielsson.
with that round.
Lauren
Caroline
and
goes
Adele
next. We'll
for
pick her up on
Great
camera in a moment. Lauren, of
E
course,
adesso
first
c'è la
of the
Gran
riders we
Bretagna in
see
campo.
today for Great Britain, riding Gate L, a ride as well last year at those Junior European Championships in Oliva Nova, part of the British team that finished in 4th place 12 months ago. She was part of the Pony European Championship team back in 2021 in Poland. Again, a team that finished there in 4th. And I'm sure today we'll be looking to get the British team off to a strong start. coming down towards his final set of fences. Starting us off there for the British team then is Lauren Caroline
4 secondi in
and
più
Gate
portano ad un
L as
complessivo
the first
di
to go for
81
Great Britain
secondi e
here
75
at
la
these
gara
Junior
di
European
Gate L.
Championships.
4 seconds ahead, and time is 81.75.
81.75 steady time, but
Per
nevertheless, with
l'Olanda,
those 4
Nick
seconds
Nane
added in,
la Bandia.
he'll just start things off for the British team. Of course, all the times converted at the end, depending on finishing positions, into those percentage fractions of faults, which will then start things off in terms of individual and team scores. Now, Nick Nanning rides for the Dutch, their first rider, riding Bandia. Netherlands looking to get off as well to a strong start here this morning.
Quattro secondi in più e la prova e la chiusura.
Well, that was the first of the runners to go for the Netherlands here this morning, Nick Nanning and Bandia.
So the final time is 76.66.
76.66 is that final time.
I colori dell'Irlanda.
Well, we have Tim Brennan next to go. Tim, who was going to be the first of the Irish riders yesterday, that Ireland going strongly in the young riders last night. It was some great performances across the board. Ireland looking good already, but now to try and follow that up with their junior riders as well. Tim, who is making his debut at championship level for the Irish, as part of that winning the Nations Cup team for the juniors in Hagen. Lands over that final fence and looks back, does Timmy Brennan there, and Diadema della Cassia. I didn't see
Terza
a
la
fence go down.
posizione, 74 secondi e 15,
So,
prova nel
good start
complessivo
to the
con
Irish
i 4
round.
secondi in
If you
più
leave
per
the
la
fences
gara
up,
di Timmy Brennan
that's
ed
a
è
very
comunque
strong
ai
start
vertici della
in this
classifica
competition.
generale.
Mind you, these
One down,
juniors
74-15.
74-15, there was one down.
Place for Timmy
So
Brennan.
74-15.
E adesso per la
Timmy
Germania
Brennan,
sarà
they're
la
chasing a
volta
time of
di Tony
71-5-2
Stormans
as it
in
currently
la
stands.
Cinnamo.
Here is now for Germany, Tony Storms at Cinemo.
Tommy Storman's out on the track at the moment with Shimano. Looping around on this left-handed roll turn down to 10 and 11.
Due gli errori,
Well,
8
they
i
finish
secondi da
their
sommare che
round off.
portano
The
85
first of the
secondi e
riders to go for Germany
71 la prova
is
di Tony
Tony Stormans
Stormans.
there and Shimano.
The final time 85-71 for Cinemo.
85
And for Great
seconds
Britain,
there
Nora von
for
Bülow and
Tony
Interstar
Stormans.
B.
Now we move on. Great Britain's turn, and their second rider is Nora van Bülow, riding here with Instar B, part of the Children's European Championship team in Olivenova last year on Lucky Lisa. Of course, that was her ride as well in Villamora when she was part of the bronze medal winning team at those Children's European Championships. So now her first year as a junior, and this ride into Star B, and a very good win in the Netherlands recently on the Nations Cup team as well in Lampershausen. Really pushing on nicely as well. Coming down to this final line, the double. Well, the first part of that looks like it fell. Pops over the last though, Nora van Bülow there to finish her
4
round and
secondi
start
con
her
il
championship
totale
with
in questo
Sinano
momento
there,
l'ottava
the
posizione
second of the
per
riders this
Interstar
morning
B
for Great
con
Britain.
76 secondi e 90.
76-90. 8th place for Nora von Bülow.
Into 8th with that round
E adesso
as
è la
things
volta di
currently stand.
Lisanna Kies.
So next to
Ungheria,
go, we
Itzela
have another
Chloe.
rider for Hungary. It's Lisanna Kiss riding Chloe. Lizana, who rides for Hungary. Second of their riders out onto this championship here today. This is her 5th European Championship outing, her 3rd time in juniors. On the winning Nations Cup team in Barcelona back at the start of June.
Tre gli errori arrivano così nel totale della gara.
So that was the second of the riders for Hungary. That was Lizana Kiss riding Chloe.
The final time for Chloe is 88.46.
88.46, as you can hear. So we move on now to
Siamo
another
arrivati
rider.
al 18° percorso di oggi, il campionato d'Europa Juniores, la tabella C vede Le Perc al comando della classifica generale con 71 secondi e 52, quando in campo abbiamo Liam Nelson per la Svezia in sella, Zata C.
Second in the Dutch Junior Championship recently.
Liam Nilsson.
Been campaigning his ponies alongside his junior ride. Jumped on the Junior Nations Cup team here for Sweden back in the spring. Looks up to see what the score is.
Liam Nelson,
That is a pony.
72 secondi e 93 al
it just
secondo
got from
posto di questa
Liam
gara.
Nilsson there.
With this time 72.93.
72.93. It's going to go up into second with that round as well from Liam Nilsson. There, really strong start there for the team from Sweden. Then they're looking good with their rounds, strong rounds from both Liam Nilsson and Ebba Nilsson we saw a little bit earlier on. Next to go, we're looking to Poland, their second rider of the day. And this is Kanabaz, the ride of Iga Bigalaska.
Arriva la
that
chiusura in
final fence, that was
80-06,
Higabadiska
chiusura
there.
da parte di Canabaz,
She rides
11ª alla
Canavas
posizione.
for the team here today
The time
for
is
Poland.
80:06 for
Third
Canavas
European
and
Championship
Higabadiska,
outing.
11th place.
And just misses out on the
Tornando
top
in Irlanda
10,
andiamo a
sadly,
seguire
but
adesso
still,
James
not sure if
Brennan
pleased
in
enough with
sella
it.
dei match
See Ireland get started very,
underwhelmed.
very strongly with a great round from Timmy Brennan early doors, and now we have another for Ireland going
James
next
Brennan,
as well. It's going to be James Brennan's turn. Rides MHS I'm the One for the Irish rider next up. Silver medalist at the Pony Europeans, as well as a team gold medalist. Well, finishing off the round there for Timmy
Errore
Brennan.
4 secondi in più, la
Sorry, for
chiusura
James
in
Brennan.
totale di
Get the
James
names the
Brennan
right way
vale
round.
la
James this
settima
time on
posizione in
MHS
questo
I'm
momento con
the One. So that is our
75
Ireland second rider.
secondi e
Of course, we saw
96
Timmy a little earlier
per
with
l'Ungheria.
that wonderful little round.
Katacenge Chiskerje Bizar VDL.
Next to go is going to be Keita Kisienya Kingsley Bizar VDL. Chance again for Hungary. The riders coming very early in the draw, just the way the draw falls. This Katja Kingsley riding Bizarre VDL, the third rider, rode in the 2019 Children European Championships in the Netherlands. This year on the Nations Cup team that won as well in Babyluna. Also rode in Samrin. On the winning Nations Cup team as well, wasn't she, in Lampershazen? Well, that stop, not what they were needing. They're just going to have to pick up and to come again. Of course, this second's added competition, so the time just keeps rolling along with the first stop.
Il totale 106 secondi e 23 per Bizarre VDL, senza errori e tempo
They do have
effettivo.
those fences down, so
The total time
with the
is
stop, it's 100 seconds plus
106.23
for the round there
Katacenge
for the
Kishkerge.
third of the riders from
Per la
Hungary.
Bulgaria, Elisa
That was
Cholakofa in
Katja,
sella Nani
and that was
Miniot.
Bizarre VDL. The next to go, another experienced combination, both in Balkan and European Championships. In fact, Balkan team medalist twice, this next rider. It's Eliza Jolakova for Bulgaria. Rides here with Annie Minute. Rode though last year as well in the juniors with this horse down in Spain.
Due gli errori, 8 i secondi in più e 83 secondi e 13 la gara e la chiusura da parte di Elisa Cholakova.
So they finish, and 83.13 is the final time there for Elisa Chokolova. And any
Per la
minute,
Turchia, Selim
Turkey
Kerim
coming round to
Güldoğan
join us once
Stella
more. Their second
Tienenmen
rider, we saw
d'Argent.
Barak, of course, a little earlier on today.
We've now representing Turkey,
Turkey's
Selim Kerim Gürdoğan.
Selim Kerim
Tienenmen d'Argent.
Gürdoğan riding Tenitem Diarances.
Homegrown alligator, see you later. Gotta hit the road, gotta hit the road. The sun ain't changing the atmosphere, architecture unfamiliar. I could get used to this. Time flies by in the yellow and green. Stick around and you'll see what I mean. There's a mountain top.
Really positive jumping. It's their first European Championships as well. They rode at the Balkan Championships last year, and this is a really impressive little round so far from Selim. Should be really happy with their
4
debut
i
here at the
secondi
Championships there. Selim
per
Kerim
quanto riguarda la chiusura
Gürdoğan there.
sono 79 secondi e
combination for
94, 12ª la posizione.
The time 79.94.
79.94.
Tienenmen and Selim Kerim Gürdoğan, 12th place.
Just outside the top 10 as we hear they're going
Esprit
into
dell'Esprit
12th
Z
place.
per la Spagna, Carlos Boro
Spain
Giron.
with their third rider. This is
Now
Carlos
for
Boro
Spain
Giron riding
with
Esprit del Esprit Z.
Carlos
And
Boro
the
Giron.
partnership here, a combination that were in Olivenova last year. Carlos, who rode as well in the children's Europeans, finished in fact in the top 10 individually in 2021. That was in Villamora. pushing on down that back line. Looks up. Seconds to
83
add.
secondi e 16, prova conclusa con questo
So
totale
that was
da
Carlos.
parte del giovane cavaliere spagnolo.
Carlos Borreguiro
83.16 is the
and
final time for
Esprit de
and
l'Esprit Z,
Carlos
83.16. There were 8 seconds
Per la
added
Finlandia e adesso
into
è la volta di
that
BG
time.
Quadrossini.
Now we're going to go to
Hugo
Finland
Kogelnik.
and Hugo Kogeling next
Finland
up.
now,
BQ
288 is
Quadrossini.
Hugo
It's the ride
Kogelnik.
for our first of the Finnish riders we see here today. Going down to this opening line. Gets away with a little tap there. Hugo, who was the individual silver medalist in Villamora in the Children's Europeans. Also rode in the Children's Europeans last year in Olivenova. Now also stepping up into juniors. Oh no, they just ran off the face of that double as they came round the corner. Costing them time and now adding seconds as well. It's a way of a little tap of the plank somehow, but it is seconds added on.
101.05 la chiusura da parte
A
di
yet
Hugo
more difficult
Kogelnik.
round than it was looking to
Questo è
be
il
for
totale
Finland
con i
there
4
with
secondi già
Hugo.
sommati.
Over 100
Time,
seconds, 101.05.
101.05.
So that
È
was
la volta
Hugo Kogelnik. Next
dell'Italia
to
ed
go is
abbiamo in
Italy.
campo Giorgia D'Angelo
Yeah,
in
it's the
sella
first of the
ad
Italian
Excuse
riders
Me.
we see today. Somehow yesterday the Italians all found themselves quite early in the draw. Today a little different. So excuse me, the ride, the Dutch-bred mare of riding here is Giorgia D'Angelo. There's the bell to get things underway. Italy be looking to try and put a good score, I'm sure, on the board to start things off. Through that little two-strider double, then you turn left-handed back to this water. Can't really see behind the fences. Gets you running down to that parallel. Then right-handed. Nicely done. Really pushed for the 7. Through that single strider double then. Turns up. Really motoring along here. Have to hold a little bit on the 6. Still think 4 seconds now to add as they land over the last,
Un errore
and
in 4 secondi in
79.20
più per la gara di
will
Giorgia
become the final
D'Angelo,
time.
arriva ad ottenere un complessivo di 79 secondi e 20, 12ª la posizione per lei.
79.20.
There we go,
and this is the
79.20
final time for
is
exclusive.
that final time. So there we have
Per la
Giorgio
Svizzera,
D'Angelo, the first to
Henry
go
von Balmos,
for
it's la
Italy.
Dolce
Now
Vita
another chance
Buffer.
for the Swiss to impress here.
Now
Their
representing
second
Switzerland,
rider, of course, their
Henry
first
von
rider is
Balmos.
certainly impressed because
Dolce
Lupac
Vita Buffer.
and Leave the Light On has set that brilliant leading time as it currently stands. So now looking to try and follow that up here for the Swiss with another top round. This time from Andri von Balumus, riding with Dolce Vita before. Rode in the Netherlands in those 2019 European Championships in children.
Sono 8 i secondi nel totale, arrivano agli 83 secondi e 54
finish
ottenuti da
that round.
von Balmos.
And that was
Final time 83.54
83.54.
Andri von
That
Balmos.
was Andri van
Campionato
Balumus and Dolce
d'Europa
Vita.
Juniores
Kim
2023.
Vukarin
Noi andiamo a
goes
proseguire
next.
con la
It's a chance for
Croazia.
Croatia to
Stiamo
start things
parlando
off,
di
and
Cicolina
Kim
con
riding
Kim
here with
Vukarin.
Cicolina 10. Another rider that's been successful at Balkan Championships, and he team gold medalist in 2018 in the children's, but has also been a regular at the European Championships over the past couple of years and before as well, riding as an individual. Oh dear, suddenly came to a stop. She really went for it again on the 7, but just wasn't quite able to get there. So losing a little bit of time, but recovering nicely to jump through that double. Still keeping up a really positive rhythm. First part of the double there down as well to add seconds on. So there were seconds lost and seconds added as she comes across the line.
Tale del tempo
91.10
arriva al
will be the time.
91,10 per la gara di Kim Vukarin, il complessivo
So that was
da
Kim
parte della giovane
Vukatin and
Amazzone
Cicolina
croata.
there for the combination
Final
riding there
time
for
for
Croatia.
Cicolina 91.10.
Elio Bertrand in sella per
Elia
la
Bertrand,
Francia.
it's another. Let's see, what have we got? 1, 2,
Vanda.
3. This is the third of the riders for France already here today. We saw a brilliant round from Charles Rouquin, who sits in third. Agatha Martin sitting in sixth. So currently, it's going well for the French. Elio Bertrand is next to go, and this is a day of Pam Duvanda. Elio making his debut here at the European Championships. did jump on the Nations Cup team here in Italy back in April.
Elio Bertrand va a chiudere con un errore e quindi la sua prova di oggi la
finishing
conclude
off
a
there
78 secondi e
for France,
95.
their third rider,
Undicesima la
as we could
posizione
see,
da
was
parte
Elio
di
Bertrand
Deopan
and Deopan Duvanda.
4 seconds more, 78.95.
78.95. So again, a bad round with the 4 seconds added in. It was
Adesso per la
another
Gran
strong round
Bretagna è la
for
volta di Maisie
the
Williams in
team
sella
from France, who really are looking strong here today. Well, now we come to another of the riders for Great Britain here this morning, all in this opening section. And this is Maisie Williams. And Maisie is riding Devil Vanda Joe Perova. These two winning the Junior Grand Prix in Compiègne back in April. Maisie, who's been jumping in 3 and 4 star classes at Bolesworth and Hickstead more recently. This is her debut at the European Championships. Daughter, of course, of British international European medalist as well, Guy Williams. Hands over the last, and that is 75,
una gara che vale il settimo posto per Maisie Williams,
so should put her up into the top 10.
75 secondi e
77 place.
And the final
Maisie
time
Williams
is
there and
75,
Devil Vanda
77. So
Jupiter
Maisie
ahead of Hova.
went
So
into
the best of the
7th
British riders.
place.
Really strong round there
Abbiamo
from Maisie.
assistito a 30
75,
percorsi nel
77.
totale, vi ricordo che tra poco
Well
ci
done
sarà
to
un break, il primo dei due
3 more to go
previsti,
before we take
quando
a break
adesso la
this
prima prova
morning.
del campionato d'Europa Juniores
Of
viene
course, for
affrontato
those
da
of you
Margot Blanchard
sure
per la
fully aware, we're running an hour and a
Svizzera,
half
il
behind
Touch of
our
Royal Cyrano.
scheduled times due to the weather here. It rained quite a lot, to say the least, in Italy this morning. Now it is Margot Blanchard riding another then for Switzerland here with a touch of Royal Cyrano. These two having a very good win in Dumfrieshausen. The second part of the double gets caught going down at the back there. Well, they finished with the 8 seconds added in there, the round for the Swiss rider, of course, Switzerland leading with no putt, but that was Margot Blanchard and a touch of Royal Serrano.
So the total time for
Belgium
Margot Blanchard
going to go next, first
is
of the riders for
80.28,
Belgium, of course,
and
who
Jana
are defending
Janziges
their
for
team medal
Belgium
here
is the
after
next
the
with
success
Orlando
12
van
months
de
ago.
Afspanning.
And Jana Jesger's Jan Sagers is the rider. Belgium's Jan Sagers here riding Orlando van der Aspanning. Recently on the Nations Cup team in Hagen, also jumped well in that Grand Prix in Hagen. Second in the Grand Prix in Centaur back in the spring. And they also have that fence down. Well, there's a couple of fences down for Jana, the first of the Belgian riders. Jan Saragelis there on Orlando, finishing with 2 fences falling, 8 seconds added in as Belgium getting their championship underway here in the Junior European Championships for jumping.
Per quanto riguarda il totale di questa gara.
One more to go before we take a little bit of a grading break. And it's going to be the rider for Slovakia. This is Henrietta Selkova riding Corrada. Recent Nations Cup outings on Babylona and Samrin. A busy start to the year. These two also winning the Junior Grand Prix in Linz back in April. Fences down. Turning back into this line, 10 to 11, these 6 strides. Up that side of the arena, right up on the arena's edge. Jumping that parallel to parallel, then you come round to this double. Well, they finish 83.15, I think was the time for that combination to finish the round off there for Slovakia. So that was Andrzej Bokova and Corrada. So Lupak for Switzerland leading the way. Liam Nilsson sitting in second for Sweden, and Charles Olquin in third for France. That is the 1, 2, 3 as it stands. We are a third of the way through the speed class, the first part of the Junior European Championship for 2023. Back in 10 minutes' time.
71.52 is the time of the leader.
Andiamo a proseguire la seconda parte di questa gara, la prima prova del campionato d'Europa Juniores 2023 qui a Gorla Minore.
So we start the second part. Still in the lead, Lupo. The best time 71.52 set by Leave the Light On. And we are back with Sem Semper for Germany.
Well, welcome back as we start with Germany's Max Pascheritz here with Semper. 2 for Germany coming in a row, in fact, to restart the second half of this Junior European Championship with this opening day of competition for the juniors. We yesterday saw the children and the young riders in action. We'll see more from the children later with their team competitions opening round. Popping over the water there, Max. This is a Table C. So that is a seconds added competition. Max, who rode in Hagen, is also jumping on the team in Compiègne.
Nessun errore, 77
Well, they seem happy with that.
77
As Max Pascheritz there for Germany finishes his round on Semper.
And the time is 77
77 seconds,
for
77.77.
Max Pascheritz,
So just missing out
12th
on
place.
the top 10.
Fabio
But it's a good start for Germany and another
Germania
chance
in
for Germany
Staccaia.
next with Fabio Dillin joining us here riding Staccaia. Part of the German team in the juniors last year in Spain. Rode on the children's team in Vilamora at the Europeans the year before that. So his third European Championship outing. On the podium with the German team in Hagen.
Buona la gara.
Well, a very nice round as well. Germany 72 seconds, 72.76 in fact. So top 3
Staccaia was really
will go there for Germany.
And Fabio
Really,
Dillin
really
is
strong
down in
round
second
from Fabio
place.
Dillin and Staccaia.
And for
So
Finland,
there we have a
here is
superb
next.
performance. Germany really trying to get
Janina
their championship off to a
Nella
absolute flyer, and they certainly look to be doing so with rounds there from Max and Fabio very, very well indeed. Next to go will be Nella Meyer, riding here for Finland with Janina Vanhet Gortenveld. Jump well in Drammen. Found their way onto the podium with the team, although having that fence down, bringing in early 4 seconds to add into the equation. dear. We'll stay on. Unfortunately, unable to stay on. They got very, very close to being able to stay there, but then the air jacket going off. So fortunately, stepping down, I think, is the right way to put that. So they're able to walk away. But disappointing finish for Nella Meyer there and Janina. Walking away, but at least able to. The next combination.
Ed è
also
arrivato
out
il
there, just
momento
getting
di seguire
set
la
to
Croazia
start.
ancora, perché il campionato d'Europa adesso lo affronterà
Suri
Lea
at the
Dialmec
moment,
in
while
sella
still chasing a
Ducat.
leading time of
Here is now for Croatia with
71.52,
Ducat, Lea Dielmic.
with Lou Puck leading for the Swiss as it currently stands.
I've been sad most of my life, but since you left me, there is not much left to love. But I've been thinking, I think it's time to cheer things up. Another lover, you taught me love so.
Well, this is Croatia's next rider. This is Lea Dielmic next to go, riding Ducat. Yeah, who has gone very well at the Balkan Championships over the years in the youth divisions, including 2 individual medals and a team gold. Rode as well at the Europeans over the last couple of years. This is her 3rd year at the juniors, having also ridden at the Children's Europeans twice as well. Coming down to this final fence, which they jump.
L'errore
And,
che
the
vale
seconds
4
added in.
secondi in più porta alla chiusura di questa prima prova di Lea Dialmec in
82.41
82 secondi e
is the
41.
final time. So just the 4 seconds to
Total
add
time
on.
82.41 for Ducat.
Next to go, it's
Adesso
going to be
c'è Tom
Ireland,
Watchman
who've got
per
at the
l'Irlanda,
moment 2 riders
monta
inside the top
Catalina
9 with
S.
James Brennan and Timmy Brennan. So they've had a
Next
really
for
strong start, and
Ireland,
when you consider both those
Tom
Irish
Watchman,
riders have got seconds added
Catalina
into their
S.
time, they could have been even faster. But they have still put in a really strong showing. Now it's Tom Watchman. Of course, we saw his brother yesterday in the Young Riders. Tom, who joins us now, of course, was the team gold medalist in 2019 in the world of ponies, and on the bronze medal winning team in the juniors last year. He also has had 2 top 10 finishes individually in juniors. Has been a real consistent part of their performances over the years.
Remember the sunset drives under the scarlet sky. We kept the dream alive when it was burning low. Yeah. I didn't know it then. Love ain't an easy thing. Just when you reach your
So far, so good. Coming round to this line, these 2 parallels. Jumping really nicely here. Catalina S. Very nice looking mare. Still looks to be clear as well at the moment. As they come down towards these final fences.
Tom Watchman,
And that
74
is
secondi e
74,
73, tra i migliori 10 di
73.
oggi.
So that is good enough to
Ottava
go as well
posizione.
into the top 10. In fact, that'll go ahead of Maisie Williams' time and see them slot into the top 8 at the moment. So we've got 3 for Ireland inside the top 10 currently. What about that? Ireland really looking good with their overall performances. As, of course, the best 3 of the 5 riders' scores today will count towards the opening team score as well. So that's a great day so far for Ireland. Sadly, it's not a great start here watching that fence go down for Alfonso Salvador Bento, because this is Portugal now with Arens D'Aragon. Just had to steady up a little bit. Just was getting a bit deep. A couple of fences down so far. Gets away of a little tap over the back of the triple bar. Jumped on a couple of Nations Cup teams already this year for the juniors for Portugal. In Austria and in France.
Sedici secondi in più è il totale.
The seconds adding in 94.18 is that final time. So dropping down the order sadly there for Alfonso Salvador Bento and Arens D'Aragon. And that was Portugal. Well, our picture comes back, so we come back as well, and on course as it stands is this combination for the team from Monaco. This is Anastasia Nilsson riding TaylorMade Conto. Third European Championships for Anastasia, having ridden in the juniors now. This is her 3rd year. Finished as high as 14th individually back in 2021 in Villamora. Down towards the last. That was quick, 72.49, and there's nothing to add on that. That'll go up there and into second place. So, of course, that just a fraction faster than Fabio Dylan for Germany, but it was a really brilliant start for Anastasia Nilsson. Monaco will be delighted. The Monegasque rider there with TaylorMade Conto, so up into second place as it stands. Lupuck has certainly put quite some time on the board. The Swiss jockey out in front on 71.52, leading the way. We know that time is beatable, but it needs to be beaten with fence staying up. Timmy Brennan was actually quicker than the leading time, but that fence going down at the moment, putting him in 5th, or as is now 6th. So we move on. As you can see, we're back with the home nation, the Italians now, and it is David Vital riding here with Leicester. Pops in and out of the double, now swings to the left. Horse just playing with its head a little bit, showing a little bit of excitement. Pops up and over the parallels without any trouble. Still clear at the moment here for the Italian rider. Nothing that I've so far seen, although one or two still hidden behind the trees. Now we come down to the last. Jumps that final fence, and Italy needed a good round, and they got a good round as well, because 73.62 will be a very strong round indeed. That goes, I think, up into the top 6. 73.62, David Vitale and Leicester putting Italy up there as well. They needed that. So, that's only the second rider, though.
Naturalmente è ancora provvisoria, ma noi andiamo avanti con la Danimarca. C'è Flyer.
Now we have a rider coming forward for Denmark, and this is going to be Cecil Koenig riding Flyer. Cecily coming down towards the first. Recently jumping in the Netherlands as part of the junior riding team. Oh dear, they've just come to a stop. They had the first part of the double down, and then I think that just put the horse off a little bit, so that will just bring everything to a halt for a moment while they rebuild things. Quite often happens that way when you can tap a fence, you hit a little bit too hard, and then suddenly just knocks the confidence of the horse, you lose your footing, and then having to stop before you can jump out over the second part. Well, quick rebuild, and now we have the next chance to come back to this double. Perhaps a little harder when you're starting back at a double than it is with a single fence. Well, be 12 seconds to add, plus, of course, in there is the 6 seconds for the rebuild, so over 100 seconds then for that round from Cecily Koenig for Denmark.
Cecily Koenig. And we're
going to have our next to go in a moment, because it's going to be another chance for Ireland, who have been flying along this morning to get their junior European Championship underway. We have some great performances now with Zoe Brennan riding here with Escola M. Part of that gold medal winning team in the ponies in 2022 as well, finishing individually 5th in Strasgom last year. As part of the double as well, just tricky little fence coming off the corner. And then flies through the finish with what was going to be a really fast time. But for the seconds that are going to get added on, just get confirmation on that time.
Owen Brennan, il più veloce della gara, 70 secondi e 36 per la gara di Escola M. Questa è una grande gara, una grande prestazione che permette al giovane cavaliere irlandese di salire al comando.
For Finland, Jone Ili.
I'll come back to the score for Owen Brennan there, because the system's showing 70.36. It hasn't added the seconds in, and listening to the Italian commentator getting very excited. I'm not sure that they spotted the fence going down, although it is hard to see. I'm pretty sure that fence going into the double did go down, but I'm happy to be wrong, because it would mean that he moved to the top of the leaderboard there. Brennan and Escola M, 70.36 to be confirmed if there was any changes to that. Nevertheless, we are seeing a brilliant day for Irish show jumping. Whichever way you look at it, it is going their way in terms of their overall team performance. Now we move on to Finland's Joni Lili, riding here with Olita L. Pops down over the final fence, and that also very quick from Joni Ili and Olita L. 72.21 is the final time. Didn't look like there was anything to add to be confirmed from Joni Ili there and Olita L. So Finland needing a good round, and they certainly got one there from their team rider. Also remind you the best three scores count today. 72.21 is good enough to go into second place.
Joni Ili is in the second place with Olita L. Zislava Milanova and Kazenta for Bulgaria.
Also, just to give confirmation of Owen Brennan did have the 4 seconds that we thought we saw, 74.36. Put the Irishman down, well, it was into 8th, but of course Joni Ili's times just popped up into seconds, so that moves Owen down into 9th place as it stands. So the Irish riders there still, as I say, having a fabulous day. It still means Lupuk leading the way for the Swiss. Now Joni Ili for Finland in second, and Anastasia Nilsson for Monaco sitting there in third. Next to go, it's the turn of Desislava Minonova riding Kazenta. Bulgaria on course now. Coming back to the double, just Gave the horse a little pat, just calmed everything down. There we go, jumped it really well on the second approach. Twice a individual bronze medalist and a team silver medalist at the Balkan Championships in children's and juniors in the last few years. Just the 4 seconds to add on. 98.04 will be the final time there for the Sialava Minanova.
98.04 la gara e la chiusura da
going
parte di
again
Casenta.
a little bit further down the order
i
for
4
that
secondi in più.
partnership.
Well, now representing
Well, Norway next
Ingrid
to join us.
Bjorklund
Ingrid,
and
Ingrid Savareri riding
98.04 is the final time
this
for
Ingrid Brooklyn
and
riding
Vezislava
RZ.
Milanova.
RZ, this chance for Norway with a rider that rode for Norway in the last 2 European Championships in the juniors last year. In fact, finishing individually 13th, and a very good performance. This is this horse's third time out the Europeans as well with her long-time partner. Now perhaps able to use that experience to their advantage. Got a nice rhythm going. She kept this pace up pretty much from the start. This is looking very quick at the moment. Really strong round. Oh, the last gets in the way of Ipina Clear, and that otherwise was heading to the top of the leaderboard. 70.16
4 secondi in più
is
la
the final
chiusura della
time
gara, il
for
totale
della Silla Minanova and Casenta. 4 seconds added on, I think.
The final time 74.16.
It is 74.16. The system still showing again with the 70-second times, but just getting confirmation coming through there as well. We have the 4 seconds to add on. So there we have that round from Norway, but it was a great effort, and even with that, 74.16 is still going to put them into the top 10. They'll go into 9th place. Now Mathieu Gurry, Belgium, go next, and Belgium who looking to get some good strong rounds under their belt here. This rider that was in action jumped well in Compiègne in France back in April. Riding Tender Dream Hero Z. Coming a little bit wider than some on that left-hand rollback turn. Ooh, had to work for the distance. Again, another rider just getting caught on the front of that double. Right into the final line, just becoming a little bit tricky. Otherwise was going to be a very fast time, 74.58. Just going to miss out on the top 10. So we're seeing several riders going faster than the leading time, but on each occasion they're having a fence down, and it's just taking them out of the equation, of course. And it means Lupuk still holding on at the top of the board, which is great for her. So now we have a chance for Monaco. Of course, Monaco's Anastasia Nilsson sitting right up there in third place at the moment. Now it's Aline Tomel riding Merida. I take that back. We'll come to them in a moment. It's Caroline Slofkera riding Corico de Riverland. My mistake. So this is another ride for Denmark heading out onto the course. And Caroline, another rider who has ridden at the Europeans previously in 2019 in the children's category. She finished 8th individually. Rode in the pony team in Poland in 2021. Through the double, still clear, coming down towards this final fence. Just needs to jump the pank safely, and they have, and that is 74.22, which is a top 10 time as it would stand currently. So a lovely round to become Denmark's best so far from Caroline Slofkera and Cocorico de Riverland. So very nicely done to give Denmark a bit of a leg up in terms of their scores at the moment. So now it's the turn of Monaco's. Eline Tomel are riding Merida. Rode at the Europeans in Villamora in the children's category 2 years ago. Oh dear. Well, again, back up on their feet straight away, which is good to see. And sadly, though, just horse and rider parting company. But fingers crossed, they're both absolutely fine. That was not what we were hoping for Aline. And sadly, an early end to the round.
Next up is Finn Boerekamp for the Netherlands with Mimosa.
Prossimo concorrente è il 50° di questa prima prova di oggi, prova che rimane invariata per quanto riguarda la leadership da parte di Lupuk, 71 e 52.
I think we're good to get back underway here with the next to go, because we reset and restart with the Dutch challenge from Finn Boerekamp now riding Mimosa. Famous orange jackets for the team from the Netherlands. And who was part of the gold medal winning team at the Europeans in the children's in 2019. As part of that tricky double at the end as well, going down to add to the score. Well, the last makes it, I think, 16 seconds to add on to the time. So 90.26 the time there for Finn Borkamp there and Mimosa for the Netherlands.
90:26 la prova di Finn Borkamp.
So from the Dutch to our next to go for the Czech Republic. It's going to be Christina Witek and Duo de Roy. Christina making her debut here at the European Championships this year. Won the Grand Prix in Prague in the juniors recently. That was where she was also on the winning team. Nice big jump over the tree trunk fence. Christina still going well at the moment. Negotiates her way in and out of that little double towards the end of the course, and then jumps over the plank to wrap up there for the Czech Republic. So that was Christina Witek and Duo de Roy. Changing then at the top of the order with Lupak still leading from Joni Illy. Anastasia Nilsson second in third, then Fabio Thielen for Germany, Liam Nilsson for Sweden, Charles Ruquin for France, and David Vitali there for Italy, making your top 7 at the moment. Tim Brennan 8th, Ingrid Brockland in 9th. And that is the current order. Well, this on course now is France once again. And France, who'd had a good start to today, but it's not a great start to the round, with the second fence going down sadly for Lina Paradetti. Riding here with Daisy Top Grey. Rider making her debut here at the European Championships. Jumped very well in Compiègne in the Youth Internationals. They did as well in the Netherlands. Well, they get caught coming out of that double that's caught so many going in, but they land over the last to finish off the
Sono
round.
3 gli errori e i 12 secondi in più è il complessivo di questa gara che porta un totale di 90,05.
The final time 90.05
90.05 is the final time there.
Coco
So
Pelli
that was the
B,
round
stiamo
as
parlando
we
per
just
la
saw for
Spagna
France
di
and Lina
Olivia
Protetti.
Alvarez
We're going to have
Garcia.
Spain's next challenge coming from Olivia Alvarez Garcia now with Cocopelli B. Second outing in the Junior Europeans, 12th last year individually. It was on the children's team in 2019 that finished in 5th. Looks to have got a nice forward flow to this round already, though. Lovely jump through the double. Now to the left. First part of the double, again causing a problem. And the seconds then added on for the round for that partnership
Errore i 4 secondi
of
in più
Olivia Alvarez
e la
Garcia
chiusura
and Cocopelli B
80-22
for Spain.
parte di Coco Pelli B.
So 4 seconds added in for the Spanish combination.
Olivia Alvarez Garcia.
Per l'Olanda
Next to go in a moment will be
con
Belgium's
Simon Vos,
challenge
c'è
with
I
Luis
Got the Key.
Lambarek riding Liana D even. Part of the silver medal winning junior team for Belgium. No, we have Thiemen Vos, my apologies. I've got the key. Who's on the silver medal winning team. Because of course Belgium won the gold. That's what made me realise we had the wrong rider. So Thiemen Vos here was on the team last year for the juniors. He was also a gold medal winner though when he rode on that children's team in 2019. He's certainly moving up through the gears early on here. Got a lovely tight turn, nice little line back round the tree. Now going to come round to the right again, keeping it as tight as he can to the inside. Trying not to waste any strides. Oh, and the plank goes right at the end to add the seconds on for Thiemen Vos, and I've got the key there for the Dutch. They're not having the easiest of starts to their junior European Championship, having Team Silver last year, but the riders just not quite having the rub of the green this year.
Adesso per il Belgio è Liona D con
Belgium
Luis
no
Lambrecht.
next. Now it's Luis Lambrecht riding here with Liana D.
So now for Belgium, Luis Lambrecht.
Lewis,
And
who has
Liana
had some
D.
good results in Centaur over the recent weeks. Jumped on the Nations Cup team here in Italy for Belgium back in April when they finished second.
Un errore, i 4 secondi arrivano ad un complessivo di 78,07 per Liana
They
D.
finish on Liana D for Belgium, Luis Lambrec.
The time is 78.07.
78.07, so again outside of the top 10 with that round. And the leading time, just to remind you, 71.52. The song on track at the moment is Maya Kiss, Maya, who joins us now, riding Cayano, her third European Championship. First time, though, in the juniors, having ridden twice in the children in Villamora and in Spain.
Nel finale arrivano i 4
Well,
secondi.
leaning down to say well done to that ride of hers. Maya Kiss finishing off there, riding for Hungary with Cayano.
Parte dell'Amazzone ungherese.
The time is 82.02
82.02 on the clock as they finish their opening round here in the European Championships for these junior riders. Now we have a chance for Sweden. Sweden with Linn Nilsson sitting in 5th place as it stands. Now, though, it's Linn Arvidsson riding Glenmore Angie. Part of the children's team in Villamora back in 2021. Well, they finish their round for Sweden then. That was Linn Arvidsson, her second European Championship. And riding there on Glenmore Angie, as she did in the children a couple of years ago.
4 seconds more, we have 78
seconds there with the 4 seconds added in. Couple in a row coming for Denmark now with Emma Posniak now with La Chance de Jade.
Denmark with La Chance de Jade.
Brilliant little jumping round so far. Very neat and tidy on the turn back here Riding in her second European Championship, having ridden in Alivanova last year. Just taps that front rail with the slightest of touches. That double of parallels, or I should say line of parallels, was ridden actually quite well, but just getting caught in front, and down it goes for the seconds to be added on for that round then of Emma Posiek in her second European Championships there, riding a course for
4
Denmark.
seconds, we have a final time for Emma Posiek.
Added in
78,
with La Chance
1-2.
de la Jade. Going to stay with the Danish riders though, because our next to go is Clara
And for
Christensen,
Clara Christensen,
and
AK's
this time
Cavallina.
she's riding AK's Cavallina. Clara, who also rode at the Europeans in the juniors last year. Been jumping in some four-star shows recently, alongside the junior outings in Zuidveld and Combinier. Oh, with those seconds added on, just getting caught at the parallel now, coming, oh, did well there. They were all the way over on the right-hand side of that double when they got there. Oh, still managed to straighten up and jump it nicely, but it is seconds added on for that round as well for Clara Christensen as Denmark with another of their riders there on AK's Cavallina. So just checking in for the final time.
Total time 98.118 for
98.118.
Clara Christensen.
Chalubet per l'Austria.
Austria next.
Antonia Weichselbraun.
Chalubet, and this is Antonia Weichselbraun about to get started. Rode the Children's Europeans on the team that finished 4th in 2019. Recently jumped into the top 6 in the Grand Prix in Ebenersdorf. They were on the Nations Cup team in Lamprechtshausen, where they also finished 6th in the Grand Prix there. Rolling back round to the right. Both parts of the double catching this little duo out, sadly. Not to be today with 3 fences down in total for that combination. Then for Austria of Antonio Xobron and Chalamet 3, so 12 seconds added onto the clock. Lupak still leads, Yuri Ili in second and Anastasia Nilsson in third.
Anna Marie Vitek per la Repubblica Ceca monterà blackjack.
Next to go will be a chance for the Czech Republic, because it's Anne-Marie Vitek joining us now with blackjack.
Ci stiamo avvicinando al secondo break, sono ancora 6 percorsi.
Individual bronze medalist in Villamora 2 years ago in the Children's European Championship.
Il secondo e definitivo break di oggi.
These two finishing second in the Grand Prix here in Italy, in Gorla, back in April, when they rode on the Nations Cup team as well.
Otto i secondi in più, arrivano gli 81 e 64 con
Well, we see the cameras now back with us, so this is the turn on course now of Madalena Elioy. Rides for Portugal, and this round is, of course, with Frostels de Cinquien. Madalena, who is riding in a third Junior European Championships here in Italy. Well, in Austria in the Junior Nations Cup then. Also had a very good win in France. Still clear at the moment, as far as I can see, and this is a good round from Portugal. Very good round from Portugal, because 71.48 is going to see them go to the top of the leaderboard with that round of jumping, and look, she's just spotted it. What a performance from Madalena Elioy to now lead the way in the individual rankings here. Portugal absolutely perfect, and Frostel de Cinquien 71.48 is 4/100ths of a second faster than Lupuk, who has been leading. We've seen riders trying and knocking on the door, but they've knocked fences down, and it's meant they haven't yet got over the line. But now Portugal's Madalena Elioy
Portogallo
has,
ancora per
and
Paulina
now she
Buller.
moves into top spot. So a great round there.
Nelke Van
Paulina Blue now
Hetzelhoff.
rides Nelke Van Het Zonnehoff. It's Poland's turn to challenge. Went well in the Nations Cup in Hagen and Zuivold. Again, another rider that was on the Nations Cup team here in Italy in April. Oh dear. Second part of the double, it has not gone well. The bell sounds as they come to a stop, and it's going to take a little bit of rebuilding just to set the course again. 3 after this rider before we have the next to the grading breaks. And just to remind those of you who may be tuning in, running about an hour and a half behind here today due to, well, the weather. It couldn't be more beautiful now, but it wasn't first thing this morning when we were due to start at 8 o'clock. It was pouring down, so we didn't actually start jumping till 9:30 this morning here local time. So running a little behind on this opening class, still to come as well later. So far still scheduled to start on time at 3 o'clock is that class for the children, the first round of the teams competition to enjoy here this afternoon. But we're back underway here with Paulina Blue. And just getting caught as well, coming out of that double, goes very wide, coming back into 10. Time just ebbing away. Of course, there'll be 6 seconds added in as well on the clock to accommodate for the rebuild. It comes down to the final fence, which also falls to add to the score for that combination. Then for Poland, that was Paulina Blue and Nelke Van Het Zonnehoff.
Final time 102.25 for.
So 3 more before we get a grading break, and then we'll go into the final third of this FEI European Championships for the juniors, their opening class. Saw the opening classes yesterday for both children and, of course, the young riders. Well, this is the turn now of Great Britain and Sophie Evans. Sissio Bell is the ride. Sophie, who rode at the Pony European Championships, both in Poland in 2021 and again last year. Teams on those occasions finishing in 4th now into the juniors here with this ride, Sissio Bell. Recently jumping very well, these two in Paris in the 1 start, top 5 there in the Grand Prix. Also saw them going very well at Bolesworth in the 3-star classes. British rider's been jumping well this morning, or sadly that is, though the first part of that double just caught it ever so gently. Really is a long run round from 11 to 12. That's what makes 12 so difficult to jump, but jumps it well, does Sophie. No trouble. She comes and lands over the last. 80.65 will be the final time for Sophie Evans there. She lands with just those 4 seconds added in on the clock.
È il totale della nazione britannica.
final time for
We're going to have another for Great Britain, in fact, in a moment, to complete the 5 riders we'll have seen from Great Britain here today. It's Tabitha Kyle that goes next, riding Destiny. Tabitha, who was part of the bronze medal winning teams twice in the Children's European Championships, both in 2019 and 2021. She rode in the ponies last year to finish individually inside the top 10. She's already picked up some good international wins this year. Sitting and waiting for the fence to come to her. Beautiful control going from the triple bar down to the double. Perhaps a little bit steadier than the leading rounds, but just again trying to deliver a nice clear round here. Just having to fight a little bit as she comes into this final line. Crosses the line in 82.42, but it is a clear round. There's nothing to add on to that at all. So that is a round from Tabitha Kyle there for Great Britain with Destiny. I should be pleased with the way the horse is jumping when she looks ahead to those team classes. So we have this combination to take us into the grading break, and it's going to be for the Czech Republic. It is Emma Sofia Spango riding Quo Vadis DKG. Quo Vadis DKG goes next. European Championship debut for Emma. She comes to the opening fence on a horse that jumped well in Lier recently, also met some good results in Samarin.
Due errori proprio nel finale,
we have it,
8
finishing
in più,
with a 8 seconds added in to the final time there to complete the round for Emma and Quo Vadis DKG. So, 2/3 of the way through, Portugal sit on top of the board with Madalena Elioi's super round, and then it's Lupak for Switzerland and Joni Hillier for Finland, currently in third. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time.
And so we're back with Ida Celine, Sweden, Indian Gold is the next combination, next horse in Arena. For Portugal, Madalena Eloy set a new record to beat. It is 71.48 with Forestel de Songchen.
Well, we once again welcome you back here to Gorla Minore. It is the FEI Junior European Championships, or Jumping European Championships for the juniors that we're enjoying here today. Starting us off anyway, we've got children's team jumping coming later. But it is now the final third of this class, which is running about an hour and a half behind due to the weather this morning, led by Portugal's Madalena Eloy. 71.48. It's a speed class, table C, seconds added. Their final positions and differentiating between them in terms of time are converted into a fault and percentage of faults and decimal placing, etc. That will give us the scores going forward. But this is Ida Selin now for Sweden. Indian Gold on course to start this final grouping off. Fourth European outing for Sweden and a third in the junior ranks. When they come to this double.
Eight seconds to add.
8 seconds added on. 87.49 is the final time for Ida Selin there for Sweden. Sweden, though, still have Leon Nilsson up there in 6th place as it currently stands.
And now representing Germany.
Germany go next, and this, as you
It's Naomi
know, at the moment, sees Germany lying in 5th place with Fabio Thielen and Stekaya. Now the turn of Naomi. Naomi Himmerreich riding here with Cordetto 3. Good round from Naomi. Jumped well on the Nations Cup team in Hagen. She's jumping well here to start things off for her round for Germany today in these Europeans in Italy. And that she should be pleased with 76.43 and nothing to add on to the scores. So a lovely start there.
43. And this was the end for Naomi Immerreich, 28th position. Next is for Ireland. Representing Ireland with
Well, we have Ireland next, and part of the gold medal winning team from the ponies last year, individual bronze in that Pony Europeans, Cohen Williams. Now for the juniors, Ireland, who've been going very well as an overall unit here today. Just, you know, fences have got in the way of the Irish riders leading the way, quite simply, but they are still performing very, very strongly as a unit, and this with for Contagna. Part of that winning Nations Cup team here for the juniors back in the spring. Jumps down over the last. That is what they needed, and that is quick, because 71:48 I think is the time. That was a superb round from the young Irishman.
We have a new
New leader, Cohen Williams, and Contagna to 71:09. That was in fact the time. So we have a new leader. That was exactly what Ireland would have wanted. So just what is a good day. Just keeps getting better for Ireland here on day one in the juniors. What a performance from all of the team here today. Now Caroline Kunsten riding Ladisis Kalakon, the next out. It is Denmark to go next. Caroline, who rode the Children's Europeans in 2018, has just had that first part of the double that's caught plenty here today. Comes behind the tree, jumps over the last, 4 seconds to add to a 72 time. So that will see her going, well, just
72:32 is the final time.
72:32 it is the final. She was so quick, wasn't she? So that's still good enough to go into 5th place, even with the 4 seconds added in. Otherwise, she was heading to the top of the leaderboard. Caroline Knudsen there for Denmark, but those fences going down like we saw yesterday in the young riders, making such a difference when you're trying to find your way to the top spot. Well, this is the Netherlands now. Wesley de Boer, teen gold medalist in the Children's Europeans back in 2019, rode in the juniors in Villamora 2 years ago. More recently, part of the outing in Hagen. And down over the final fence with a clear 74.54 to challenge the top 10. Get awfully close to that for Wesley de Boer and Cafera there for the Netherlands. I think that makes him the best placed of all of the Dutch riders so far. So Wesley de Boer there and Cafera. Now we move on to Sarah van der Linde. It is another chance for Belgium to get one of their riders up into the top echelons of the order. Sarah now coming towards the opening fence with this ride. So this is Kilia, Sarah, who's making her European Championship debut. Part of the team that was on the podium in Lamprechtshausen. Also on the podium here in Gorla back in April. The last makes it 12 seconds to add. Difficult day so far for some of the Belgian riders there. Was Sarah van der Linde and that was Kelia.
Per la prova da parte di Sarah van der Linde.
Sarah van der Linde and Kelia for Belgium. We've got another to go for the Netherlands in a moment. We saw Wesley de Boer a moment ago. Now it's Emma Bokken's turn. Cadessa Z.
And here we go for the Netherlands. We have
Emma Bokken coming forward now. Individual silver medal winner in 2019 at the Children's European Championships when the team took the gold. She was on the silver medal winning team in the juniors 12 months ago in Spain. So certainly got plenty of experience. Well, that round there will be one they'll be pleased with as well. So that was Emma Bokken and Cadessa.
And the final time, 83.29.
83.29 puts her nicely into the pack. Now it's Alin Yazidi riding Just Again. This is for Turkey.
Well, now representing Turkey, riding Just Again.
Turkey still
Alin
with
Yazidi.
a couple of riders, including Alin, to go in this competition. Alin Yazidi there riding Just Again. individual silver medalist at the Balkan Championships last year.
Secondi e 68
Well,
e una
they
prova
finish
chiusa
their round off
senza
as well
errori.
there
Questo
for
è il
Turkey's
tempo
Alan Yassi
che
and
ha
used
determinato
again in
appunto
her
la
third
chiusura
European
senza errori
Championship.
per
First time, though, riding as
Jones
a
e
junior.
Gao.
Having ridden
Final
in the
time
last
is
couple of
79,
Europeans in the children's
68,
section.
for Aline Yezege.
So that's Turkey's Alan Yassi. Now it's
E
Victor
adesso invece
Starisky,
sarà
the next to go for the Czech Republic.
Skutecki dalla Repubblica
And
Ceca in
this
sella
Victor's ride is called
G-Star
G-Star
SL.
SL.
And we
Already
continue
coming
with
to
the
the
next for
first,
the Czech
actually,
Republic.
not holding back.
Viktor
Didn't need the
Skutecki,
45 seconds
G-Star
for them,
SL.
as Victor already going well. So rode both in the Europeans of 2019 and 2022. Pops over the final fence, 77-76. 4 seconds added in there for that combination of Victor Strisky and G-Star SL.
77-67
So that was for the Czech
Victor
Republic.
Skutecki.
As we know, Portugal leading, Switzerland sitting second, Finland sitting third. Monaco are currently in fourth with Anastasia Nilsson. They've had that good round, and they've got another rider going next in Kristina Kabanova, riding here with Veroni de Zapresavoj. Another in her third European Championships, third time in the juniors. Really nice round here. Just kept a lovely balanced rhythm all the way from the start. Just though, as I say that, they just lose their shape a little bit over that parallel and just catch the front rail behind.
There we
go.
It's
a 4 seconds added into the time for Kristina. Kabalova and Ironida Sauvage.
82-87 is the final time for Rooney.
Now for
E
France.
adesso per la Francia,
We
Capucine
still
Prud'homme in sella Kayan B.
plenty more to jump. This is though the final part of the French team here. And it's Capucine Prud'homme riding KN BFZ. Part of the Nations Cup team here a few months ago in April. More recently jumped very well in Saint-Tropez. European Championship debut for this young lady. Well, through to the finish, but it is 8 seconds to add. 83.52 is the final time.
Due gli errori, 8 i secondi,
the final rider out for
83 secondi
France.
e 52. Kayan B.
So that was Capucine Prud'homme and KM BFZ. Now, Manic.
Per la Svezia
And
in
this is
sella
Cornelia
Manek,
of Wallenberg.
Cornelia Wallenberg.
Riding Manic. This is the final rider out for the Swedish team here in the juniors. Part of the children's team in 2019 that finished in 7th, but was an individual. He actually finished in 5th. Did Cornelia. Rode in the juniors last year to finish in 16th individually. Certainly been a consistent individual performer.
Ottima la prova,
Well, that was a fine round
tra i migliori 10.
from
Decima la
a
posizione
combination there
per
for Sweden.
Manik e Cornelia
Cornelia
Wallenberg.
Wallenberg and Manic.
73-33, 10th
73-33 is into the top 10 as we now know, and it
Adesso
means
invece
Sweden,
andiamo a seguire
when you
Freya
count
Banks
3 of the best
Clark, il
5
Principato di
scores
Monaco
today.
è in sella
So Sweden with 2
Cantascozzetta.
riders there inside the top 10, looking also now very, very bright for the days ahead. They'll be very, very pleased. Now Monaco here with Freya Banks Clark and Cantasco Z. And rode in the Europeans in Spain last year in the children's category. Recently jumping in Monaco on the Port Hercule, part of the classes alongside the GCT. Well, so yeah, late fences bringing 12 seconds up, so 97 seconds there for the round from Monaco's
Il totale del
combination.
tempo quindi è 97 secondi e 26.
Of Fairbanks Clark and
97.26 for
Kinkasco.
Fairbanks Clark.
Per l'Austria in sella Cup d'Or c'è Maxima
We're going to move on
Schweiger.
to Austria next. This is Maxima Schweiger riding Coupe d'Or. European Championship debut for Maxima. Jumping though regularly down here in Italy, jumped in Gorla here in the 2-star, which I think acted as a sort of warm-up for this week. Jumped well in the Nations Cup in Samarin, in the young riders, in the juniors I should say, and in Oberhausen. Got those 4 seconds to add, just not taking that front rail off fence at number 10 as they come now into these final couple of fences. It's a fence, I think, just taken the front. She certainly has. She had left the front rail up on the parallel, but it's. Oh no, she's fallen off. Conveniently, it's after she went through the finish. So unless anything's changed from what I understand to be the rules of this sport, she's absolutely fine. She's able to walk away as well, most important, as I'd always say, but it doesn't affect the round. 75.07 was the final time, with the seconds added in for Maxima Schweiger there and Coupe d'Or. In a moment we're going to start with a Swiss rider, Gaëtan Juliette, riding Coriana de Lazarou. Team Silver a couple of years ago in Villamora in the Junior European Championships. Rode in the juniors last year. There's the bell. Turn going good at the moment. Really nice jumping through that double, rode that line from the triple bar really nicely. This is a really strong round of jumping here. Really good round of jumping, quick round of jumpking, clear round of jumping. And that's another brilliant round for this class, 73.33 from Gaëtan Juliette. So 73.33, that in my view goes into the 8th place. So brilliant round. Really good round of jumping. Now, 2 for the Swiss up in the top 10. So it's certainly going to be close going forward after this. Now, Italy. Best of the Italians are still David Vitali who sits in 9th place overall. This now is Zoe Lai riding here with Quarry Crest Reflection. Zoe, who has ridden 2 European Championships, ponies and juniors last year. Ponies in 2019. Still clear. It's still going nicely.
La chiusura senza errori, 79 secondi e 14 per la Mazzone Azzurra. E questo è il risultato della prima prova per lei.
The time 79.14.
79.14 was the final time there, so that was Zoe Lier and Quarry
E
Crest
adesso
Reflection.
per la Romania,
Kern Williams leading the way
Jasmina
here
Nicolpana
in this
la
FEI
Kasparov.
European Championships for the juniors from Madalena Ilioy and Lou Poik. It is Ireland, Portugal, Switzerland, the 1, 2, 3. And then we've got Finland, Denmark, Monaco, Germany, Sweden and France completing out the top 9 slots at the moment. So a whole host of nations all in the mix, looking forward to all that is to come. Now we have Romania, and this is Isamina Nicole Panetai riding Kasparov 4. Team gold medalist in the Children's Balkan Championships back in 2019. Rode at the Junior Europeans last year. Seconds at the moment to add on. So it's 89.83 with the seconds added in for Kasparov and Romania's Smina Nicole Panati there.
Arrivano i 3 errori e 12 secondi per gli 89 secondi e 83 da parte di Kasparov.
So still trying to chase a time of 71.09 in terms of leading times. Next to go will be Estonia's Grete
E
Vest
adesso invece in
riding
campo i
Porsche.
colori dell'Estonia, perché Grete
Had a good
Vest
win in
è
Drammen with this ride.
Porsche.
Which hopefully we'll pick up in a moment if they're here. Well, just waiting for confirmation. I have a feeling the bell has gone and we're going to swing to the right and pick them up in a moment. There we go. So onwards for this partnership that won, as I say, in Drammen just a couple of weeks ago. On they come, jumps the triple bar. 4 seconds at the moment to add on. And that makes 8 seconds at the end. 88.70 will be the final time for that partnership there for Estonia of Grete Vesk and Porsche. Putting them a little bit further down the order, sadly.
And the result for Grete Vesk is
Plenty of riders still to jump, including Estonia in a moment with this next. Sorry, Poland next. Just had
result
Estonia.
for Poland.
But we got 2 for Poland in a row.
One, Julia Ganowska.
It's going to be Julia Ganowska, the first of the 2 Polish riders we're about to see. Number 128 is the horse. Last year on the team in Livanova in the Children's European Championship. Sadly, the first fence going down. Have to be careful now for the rest of the round, and Matt makes 2 in 2. Jumping continuing nicely, but that now makes 16 to add in terms of seconds. So Poland there, and they 16 seconds added in. The easiest round come the end for Julia Ganowska. Stay with Poland though for the final rider from their contingent of riders represented today.
Per la Polonia è la volta di Monsun. A montarlo è Daria Pieczak.
Daria Pieczak next to go, riding here with a Monsun. Who is in her 4th European Championship. This is her 3rd time riding in the juniors. Twice been on teams that have finished in the top 6. Really opening up the inside rein coming round that corner. Oh, they just didn't have a stride there after the water, just losing their rhythm a little bit, and sadly just running out of space as they got down to the fence that followed at number 5, and then everything coming to a bit of a stop. As we know, 6 seconds gets added into the clock, and that's for the rebuild. There'll also be nothing to add because of the actual stop, because of it being a table C. Checking her stirrups and her boots. Course designer just putting their hand up to say all is well, just having gone back and checked the dimensions of the fence, making sure everything is exactly set correctly once more. recovered really well from that problem in the middle of the course there. She kept her composure and rode out a very nice end to the round. Daria Presetek and Musin.
Chiudono a 90 e 92 nel totale.
Total time 1992 for Monsoon and
We're going to move on to the final rider for Belgium here.
Campo, Luis Felipe
This will be Luis Felipe
Neto
Neto de Azevedo.
E lo vediamo in sella Valentino Massiora.
Gold medal winning team in the juniors last year, and now back for another attempt this year. 8th individually last year. Ooh, really doesn't want to go to the second fence, and suddenly it's all gone wrong early doors here for a rider that was so good last year, and you just never know, do you, in this sport? One day it all goes to plan, the next day those plans can fall apart so very, very quickly. This horse, Valentino, the same ride that last year took him to 8th place individually. He can still play a big role in the team going forward, but I have a feeling he's really struggled there, but he's got going again. Well, after that early issue, he's really actually got the horse going really nicely. It's going forward and jumping well so far. Just going to be 4 seconds, I think, to add into the time at the end of the round. 111.30, though. It's hard to come back when you've had the issue like they did right at the start. The time just ebbed away on them. So sadly, they're not a ideal round for Belgium's Luis Felipe Neto de Azevedo. We now move on to the final rider for Spain, and this will be Celia Cobatara, who comes and joins us next. Alto de Rock is the name of the ride. There's the bell to signal them that they are able to start. You can see them heading around. Rode in Villamora 2 years ago on the team. Putting in a nice fast round here. It's got a really quick start. Oh, that is not a fence though that we've really seen cause too many issues. It was the back edge of the triple bar. Well, it is the 4 seconds added onto the clock, so what was otherwise actually quite a quick round down and around the 72-second mark, it ends up at around the 76-second mark.
With 4 seconds to add, the time is
76.69 is confirmed. So there we have it. That was Celia Corotera then riding for Spain. Next up, it will be the final rider today for Germany. Max Marstov-Forman are riding here with Dorothea Little's Klassiker. Still the best German rider, Fabio Thielen, sitting in 7th place from that round much earlier on in the class. Max, who's making his European Championship debut for Germany. Nations Cup podium in Hagen. Looping back into this line of parallels. Still with nothing to add. Not quite on the pace of the leaders, but still jumping a very accomplished round. Crosses the line with a clear 75.84 to go just outside the top 20. So that was Max Marstov riding there with Dornidal's Klassiker.
For Max Marstov in Dental Classica 75.80.
Well, that was the final rider for Germany. Next up is one or two still left in the draw for Italy. We're into the final 10 now, with 9 to go, including this one. So Vittoria Scorominingo riding here with Castro Wirozed. Riding in the Junior Europeans for the first time. Red in the Pony European Championships in Poland back in 2021. Certainly not the slowest round we've seen today. This is a nice little round of jumping here from this combination for Italy. Vittoria pushing on, just being a bit careful back to the parallel. No, she's just got to sit and count coming down there. Really strong round of jumping here. Clear round of jumping as well, so 74.05 on the clock. Just misses out on the top 10. So good round from the Italian. Another strong round for them. They'll be pleased with the way things are starting out. Here goes into 13th place listening to that. So got another Italian rider at a moment, but before that we have one here for the Czech Republic. Their final rider is Katarina Burakova. Another rider making a debut here in European Championship action, riding Ella. Here a little bit earlier in the year. Jumped in the Nations Cup in the Netherlands in the juniors. Well, literally 4 seconds to add on in terms of the time for the partnership there. The last of the riders then for the Czech Republic, Katerina Bubakova riding Ella. Riders still to go for the likes of Italy, Austria, Monaco, Hungary, Switzerland, Norway and Turkey. As far as the draw goes, though, it is the final Italian rider now with Greta Leprati riding Mercy van der Rustenhof. A third European Championship, having ridden at Children's in 2019, the juniors last year. Nice snappy little turn back, a lot of spring in the action. What a round that was. Very nicely done from Greta Leprati for Italy there, as she finishes with Mercy van der Rustenhof, the final part of the Italian string here.
The amazing round by Mercy and Greta Leprati. She's in the fourth.
Goes into fourth.
71.80.
71.81, the final time. So that was Greta Leprati. Next to go is Lena Binder. It's Austria's final turn. Austria now with this rider who is riding in her fourth European Championship. Twice in children, her second time riding in the juniors.
I 4 secondi con nel totale che arriva a 80,37 per Lena Binder.
Well, that was very, very lucky right at the end. The plank staying up, but sometimes you need a little bit of luck, as he got away with just the 4 to add for Lena Binder there, and Vialo Z for Austria. Eva Ray now for Monaco, with Tonic Geek is the next to go as Monaco's final rider. Monaco, I remind you, still have Anastasia Nilsson sat in 6th place with that great performance earlier today. Eva Ray, her third European Championship. Once before in juniors and once before in the children's category. So her third in a row as well, having jumped in 21 and 22. Fourth round at the moment. Round into these final 3 efforts. Now just the plank to negotiate. Jumps the plank really well, so 79.95 on the clock for the partnership there. Those two, that was Eva Ray and Tonic Geek. Leaving us 4 more to go. Hungary, Switzerland, Norway, Turkey. As we move into these final closing stages. Leading, though, is the combination from Ireland. Cohen Williams and Catania out in front. 71.09, their leading time. This is Giulia Chazy riding here with Petty Jackson next. Individual gold medal winner with this ride in Villamora in the Children's European Championship 2 years ago. 5th in the juniors last year. Just holding, sitting back, waiting, trying to make the space. They did it. Landing over the final fence as well, with just then the 4 to add, 82.31 at the end of the round there for that combination for Hungary. Next to go is the Swiss rider Noah Keller. Riding Compelling Z. Switzerland still have Lou Pook set up in 3rd place at the moment. Compelling Z is the next to go, first of the final 3. Noah, who was the team silver medalist in Villamora, finished 12th individually that year on Julia's Diamond Princess in those Junior European Championships last year. Also part of the team with Paul Walker. 12 seconds to add at the moment here for the final Swiss rider, Noah Keller. Well, at the end as well, so 86.47 is the final time. Seconds adding in there for Swiss rider Noah Keller and Compelling Z.
With 12 seconds more, 86.47.
Martin Scar now riding Dion for Norway. Penultimate partnership, second last to go. Spent a lot of time in Drammen throughout May. And jumping there in the juniors and picking up some very good results along the way as well. It's the 4 at the moment to add on. Turns back quite quickly. And still on the 12. Oh no, make that 16 then as they go across the line. So there we have it. Seconds adding on for Martin Berhimska there and Dion for Norway. Which means there is just one more to go and still leading his islands. Cohen Williams, has he done enough? Probably, possibly, maybe. Now, Turkey's Sinan Metan Gudrogon riding here with Karleshan 94, the last out to be able to challenge. Riding in the third of his European Championship outings. The first coming back in 2019 in the Children's Europeans, then again in 2021 when they were in Villamora together. Gosh, then 94 then, the last to go for Turkey. Looping back round the tree for the final time. Well, nice round, but 12 seconds to add in. 87.57 is the final time for Sinan Mertengardon and Karleshan 94. So it has been a fabulous start to the day for Ireland. All round their team have been going strongly, but Cohen Williams will be over the moon to start things off at this FEI European Jumping Championships in the juniors with a win and take the top spot here today. Madalena Eloy for Portugal with a very strong outing, and Lupuch looking good for such a long time, finishing there in third. Curtis Leponetti, the best of the Italians, up in fourth, and Hone Ili there for Finland ahead of Denmark's Caroline Goodson. Monaco with Anastasia Nilsson sits in seventh, and at the end it is eighth place for Fabio Thielen. So that's the top eight, and of course those scores all move forward. They move forward in terms of their calculation as a false total in differentiating them from what will be a zero score going forward for Cohen Williams. So that's a wrap for the juniors. So we said a little earlier we were running late because of the rain this morning. Now we get set for the presentation. I'll leave you with that. And then we'll be back for the first round of the children's team this afternoon, because the action never stops here from the FEI Jumping European Championships in Gorla, Minore.
Ora sì, 1, 2, 3.
Ed ecco i protagonisti di questa prima gara in programma per gli juniores, con la vittoria dell'Irlanda grazie al percorso di Cohen Williams. And to celebrate Cohen Williams, we have the national anthem of Ireland. Please be upstanding for the national anthem. Cohen Williams for Ireland is the winner of this first competition in the European Championship. Viene consegnato il premio della stelleria Mascheroni da Ugo Mascheroni, che si congratula con il vincitore Cohen Williams. And Cohen is now awarded by the member of the ground jury of the Europeans, Patrizia Ferrari Adobati, with this trophy. Seconda posizione per la migliore delle ragazze in gara in questa prima categoria valida per il campionato d'Europa Juniores, dal Portogallo, Maddalena Eloy, Portugal. Ugo Mascheroni consegna i premi della stelleria Mascheroni, Patrizia Adobati presenta il piatto per il secondo posto di questa gara a Maddalena Eloy, Portogallo. La terza posizione è per la Svizzera, third place with the outstanding performance of Lou Puck, Switzerland. E per la terza forza in campo, quella di Lou Puck, ecco la consegna dei premi da parte di Ugo Mascheroni e Patrizia Adobati Ferrari. E tra i migliori percorsi non manca anche il miglior binomio italiano, Greta Lepratti, quarta posizione con Mercy van Ruitershoff. Poi abbiamo per la Finlandia Jone Illi for Finland. Per la Danimarca ancora, for Denmark, Caroline Knudsen. La settima posizione è invece per il Principato di Monaco, seventh place for Principality of Monaco, Anastasia Nielsen. E tra i migliori 8 per la Germania, with the top 8 for Germany, Fabio Thielen. E io ringrazio per la premiazione Ugo Mascheroni, Patrizia Adobati. It's lap of honor time. Cohen Williams will lead a lap of honor with Contagna.